Attorney Jim Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into legal session to discuss pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Carries with Mr. Mason out, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now suspended to executive session. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Appreciate your patience. Second session went a little longer. Madam Clerk, I think you have a quorum here. I'm prepared to call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would ask for a motion to authorize the execution of the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's a motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
SD, you voting? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Mr. Mayor, there's one. It's kind of an awkward one to say, but would be requesting a motion to continue my relationship as interim general counsel for 30 days.
When you see mine, you don't have to say the firm's name, Plunkett, Shepherd, Matten.
I think it's interim general counsel is fine.
You got it. All right. So there's a motion by Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore from the 10th. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
What happens if I vote no?
That'll be one no.
I'm just messing with you.
He's more concerned if 9 vote no. It's Pulliam, Commissioner Pulliam. Okay. That motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, Madam Clerk, if there are no additional issues, I hereby adjourn the session and turn over to the committees to public service.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call public services to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. With that being said, if my colleagues do not mind, I'd like to consent items 1 and 2. Got a motion? Do I have a second? Okay, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, may we vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Do what? Yeah, I should have. Ms. Bonner, I keep
I need you
pushing
to vote,
mine.
ma'am.
I keep, okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, Ms. Bonner, that takes us to,
Let's publish the motion.
okay.
Ms. Lindak, are you voting? You're having trouble? Okay. It's unanimous.
Okay, now may we go to item number 3?
Item number 3 is Dr. Troy regarding an opportunity for a new tennis and pickleball facility in Augusta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Dr. Troy Akers. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Akers, before we go any further, can you state your address, please?
Ma'am,
Thank you.
my home address is 1024 Peninsula Crossing, Evans, Georgia, 30809.
Okay, and we've got, how many minutes on this one? 5, or as many as you want? Go ahead.
All right, I'll take 5 minutes.
No,
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
you can take long.
Hey, thank you so much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Some of you all have had the pleasure of meeting those that I have not. My name is Dr. Troy Akers. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. That's what brought me here to Augusta, Georgia. Very proudly served for over 10 years. I'm currently a practicing physician in emergency medicine. In addition to that, operate numerous businesses in Augusta and the Columbia County area that have brought significant economic improvement as well as excitement to the Augusta area. My partner is Dr. Troy Kuhn, who's here today. He's also a local practicing physician and U.S. Army veteran. And we're going to take 5 minutes just to tell you about a project that we've been working on, and then hopefully with your support, move forward with some of your staff members to bring you a formal proposal. So that's us. So we have under contract 10.2 acres in District 3. It sits adjacent to Interstate 20 as well as Wheeler Road, just down the road from Doctor's Hospital. In our preliminary plans, our goal is to build 18 tennis courts that are championship sized that would allow additional opportunities for the recreation department here in the Augusta area that would supplement what's happening currently at Newman Tennis Center, Fleming, Diamond Lakes, et cetera. As an avid sports enthusiast as well as tennis and pickleball player, we hope that with your support and we're working through your staff that we can bring new exciting opportunities for the recreation department for the citizens of Augusta. So if this project were to move forward, we would bring 18 courts, 12 of which would be NCAA and USTA regulation courts. That would allow us to bring NCAA as well as some other tournaments to the area that would generate significant revenue for the area, but also more importantly, as a daily opportunity for citizens of Richmond County to grow and experience tennis, as well as pickleball, which that gets us to the next part. So if you've seen me around, then I operate an indoor pickleball facility. We're the first one in the CSRA. Since we've been open about 7 months, we've brought 20,000 people in to play pickleball, actually majority of which from Richmond County. As you all know, there's currently no formal outdoor pickleball or indoor pickleball in Richmond County, and we hope that this project would change that. In addition to the site, I know it went quickly, but the goal is to bring a commencement center. That would be a 100,000 square foot facility that would allow 2,500 seating capacity. And we've had preliminary discussions with Augusta University and Augusta Tech. Now, nothing formal. Out of respect for the commission and the people that you serve, we've done preliminary work, but we've not done anything formal because we want to make sure we have your endorsement before we move forward on anything like that. Additionally, our goal is to build a 15,000 square foot gym that would be available for the residents as well as the staff of Richmond County. Our goal is to have a walking track and just to bring fitness to the Augusta area. In addition to that, if this project were to move forward, the economic impact and just the opportunity, the plan is to build a 200-plus bed hotel that would generate millions of dollars in revenue, both direct tax revenue as well as economic impact. As the 8% sales tax, the hotel tax just recently increased, that would provide significant funding for numerous opportunities in Augusta. So the goal is just to really, I love Augusta. I came here almost 20 years ago from Virginia with the United States military. This is my home. My only goal is to make this the best place possible. And we're pouring a lot of private money into that, and we think we could partner in a public-private partnership. If this were to move forward, this would be a bonded project so that the citizens of Richmond County would be protected. And we have millions of dollars of our own money that would be on the line for this project, so we believe in it. We've shown success already in just a short 7 months that we've operated our facility, as well as Dr. Kuhn has operated and owned numerous urgent care centers. I've had 4 different businesses outside of that. So we understand the economic landscape as well as the business landscape of Richmond County. And so we look forward to discussing more. So we've had very high-level conversations with the USTA. As a tennis player, my wife plays every single day. We know that Augusta used to host tennis tournaments. This facility, if it were to come to fruition, would bring in millions of dollars. It would put us on the map for locations in Georgia as well as the whole state. There's really nothing like this that would come, but it would supplement what already exists. And if this were to come to fruition, the tax revenue and just the economic impact would allow us to pour more into the Fleming Center as well as Diamond Lakes. But this would be the catalyst. The location near I-20 would bring that hotel, would also bring more economic impact. So that's the goal of this. Additionally, we were at national headquarters of the USTA about a couple weeks ago and met with some of their leadership. I know we have a thriving NJTL program at Fleming, but we could bring more economic dollars into that program so that we could help people in low income and minority athletes grow in the game of tennis, which between tennis and pickleball, they're fastest growing sports in the country right now. So our overall goal, with your permission, obviously, will be to work with your staff to bring a formal proposal for a public-private partnership that would generate hundreds of millions of dollars in economic impact to the Augusta area. So using the Terry College of Business at UGA, as well as some other studies have already been done, direct revenue would be $13,937,887 just in 5 years. But the more impressive number is the 5-year economic impact, which is over $157 million, and additionally 875 jobs that would be created through vendors as well as direct hospitality jobs. I've spoken to the leadership of the local universities, all of which have interest, either new programs or developing programs in hospitality. Augusta, Georgia being what it is with the Masters, as well as all the work that the Augusta Sports Council has done with the Ironman, with the Nike Beach Jam across the river. You know, they're generating $27.6 million in impact. If this facility were to come to fruition, we'd be having tournaments at least every 2 or 3 a month, which would bring thousands of people to the Augusta area. We've been able to prove this, and you know, listen, I am a physician, but I'm not really all that smart, and the proof of concept has already existed. And so I'm sure many of you all know some of your colleagues in other areas around the state, but Lester Miller did something similar with the pickleball project. It's called Rhythm and Rally. It's received national awards, and in their economic studies, they've actually generated, if you see at the bottom of it, $100 to $125 million a year in impact. That was done through their study. Every single week, they bring tournaments, people locally as well as far away, up to 800 people that all fill their hotels as well as their restaurants. Again, Rome and Floyd County did the same thing. They used the public-private partnership to generate one of the largest tennis facilities in the country. They have tournaments every single week, including my wife, who's going up there in a month to spend 3 days in a hotel at $250 a night because it sits adjacent to the property. With that, as we talked about this project, if we move forward, we could host NCAA tournaments. But more importantly, it just provides an opportunity on a daily basis for Richmond County residents to improve their fitness. Had the pleasure of meeting Director Williams as the new Parks and Rec Director. With your permission, I'd like to set up additional meetings with them as well as Director Allen as other people throughout your leadership structure. So I can say a lot here, but the numbers speak for themselves. So this is Lou Shear, who we talked to a couple weeks ago. Their goal is to grow tennis to continue to be one of the most popular sports in the world. And so they're expecting 35 million tennis players by 2035. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the world. They've never seen anything grow like that. We expect it to be in the Olympics at least 2032, but possibly in 2028, the explosive rise has happened. So we have 36.2 million people that are expected to play pickleball last year. So again, in just 7 short months, we've had 20,000 people play pickleball at our facility, and most of which being from the Richmond County area. So in summary, thank you for your time. I did go fast intentionally to leave time for any questions, given the constraints of the meeting, but pending your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Akers. I've got a few in the queue that probably have questions for you. I'm going to start with Commissioner Lewis from District 6.
Ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Akers, thank you for your presentation of such a great opportunity that I see here. I have a couple of questions. First, what is your ask of this body in relation to this public-private collaboration here? I know you've done your homework on what it would take to pull together or pull off a venture such as this. So what would be your ask of us? And I did have an opportunity to visit Macon maybe about a couple of months ago. And you're right, they've taken a mall and they've taken portion of a mall and they've turned it into a very, very nice complex for pickleball. And pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports that we've witnessed, and it's a sport particular for the ages of those of us that are, aging out. Tennis may be one thing, but pickleball is a whole nother thing for us. So what's your ask of this body here?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. So in terms of specific dollar amounts, out of respect for you as well as your staff, the goal would be to meet with your bodies. From our attorneys that have worked with the county before, we understand there may be funding that's already existing from prior sources that are already existing in Richmond County. So we would work with that body to come up with a plan that we could present back to you to supplement that private funds that have already been invested. So I don't want to commit to too much because I don't want to, out of respect for the public servants that you have here, I want to bring you a formal plan. Today was the goal of it. I mean, I can answer whatever questions you have, but the goal of it was to give you the kind of the oversight of it. If you're asking for specific questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, District 10 Commissioner or Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Lewis, I appreciate the insight on the Macon pickleball court. I wasn't aware of it. It was done in a mall. Sweet. Dr. Akers, I appreciate you letting us know that the other cities making a room has a public-private partnership. I do like the idea that you had mentioned that it would be bonded to protect the taxpayers of Augusta, Richmond County. I guess, when we look at public-private partnerships, if you look at our relationship with the T-Center that we have right here on Reynolds Street, Mac Academy, where the tennis were actually scholarships have been, definitely have been proven in the past for these young children who never would have really had a chance. And so we do believe in the public-private partnership, and right now we're in the midst of, with the golf course for our Cabbage Patch. I believe it's going to be very fruitful for Augusta and for a long-standing, long-term relationship. And I foresee this as well. Definitely get everybody in fitness. But I guess the first thing that we're going to have to do is, you already reached out to the director of our recreational department, Ms. Williams. We do need to reach out to the lady who operates it, Ms. Margaret, get her blessing, as well as the citizens who utilizes that facility. I know that it's not really in good condition. The storm didn't help it. The clubhouse is very small. It's not user-friendly, not ADA compatible. So there's a lot of issues that we have, but the challenge that we have for Augusta, Richmond County, we can't even fix our boathouse, much less get this up to speed with the clubhouse. So what I would recommend, I don't know if the colleagues will agree to it, is to have the administrator meet with you so we could start a discussion. And so you could be able to answer the question to Commissioner Lewis about how we're going to proceed forward. I'm not on this committee, but I didn't know, Madam Chair, if you could see if somebody would make a recommendation for Dr. Akers to at least do a sit-down with the administrator, Alan.
Okay, I'm all in favor with you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's see, before we do that, I would like to be able to do that recommendation, but I'm going to go ahead and let my colleague from District 9, Commissioner Scott, speak.
Thank you, Doc, for being here, and thank you for this exciting news, because every time I'm at one of our center, they are asking for pickleball. So with what Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Guilford said, I would like to also add that Director Williams be a part of the conversation with our administrator. So that's my motion, to have the administrator, Director Williams, to meet with you and your team and come back and give us some information. That's my motion. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Mrs. Bonner? Let's see. Correct.
Was it your intention to come back to committee, or We're taking it. No, after they meet with the administrator and Ms. Williams. Okay.
Mrs. Bonner?
Yes,
Can
sir.
we restate that motion just so I can hear it again, even though I know what Commissioner Guilfoyle?
The motion was for Dr. Akers to meet with Augusta Richmond County, being the administrator and director of Parks and Rec, and come up with a plan to be reported back to the committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, we got a motion and a second, so we're going to go ahead and vote on that.
It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you, and Dr. Ayers, thank you, Akers, for showing up today and speaking. I appreciate that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, item number 4.
Item number 4 is Mr. Richard Coos regarding ADA Paratransit. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson, can you help him? Yes, we have someone coming, several.
There you go, let him grab the elbow. Let him grab the elbow, just one.
Thank you.
Who am I supposed to face? You're good right there. I'm good right here. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr., am I pronouncing it right?
Scoots.
Scoos. May you state your address and name for the record?
Richard Skees, and my address is 1121 Magnolia Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Okay, you have the floor. Thank you.
Oh, boy. I'd like to talk about the ADA paratransit service here in Augusta, or rather lack thereof. I'm a blinded veteran. I moved here in 2009 to work at the VA. I've used paratransit the whole time I've lived here. And when I moved here, it was ran by the city for many years, and it worked great. And then it went to a public or private company. Over the last year, it's steadily gone downhill, and especially over the last several months. So for example, right before Christmas, I called on a Wednesday to schedule a ride for Friday or Monday. No, sir, we can't do that. We're booked up. Okay. How far in advance do I need to schedule? At least a week. Okay. Now it's 2 weeks. So if I need to go somewhere, I have to know that 2 weeks in advance. And this, I'm not here just arguing for myself, but others. I'm fortunate enough that I can use Lyft when I need to, right? And your average, you're looking, depending on where you're going, $15, $20 each way, right? So if I have to, I can do that. I should not have to do that. I called yesterday after I spoke to one of the news ladies, and I called and I tried to schedule a ride for next Tuesday, and they said, no, we are not accepting any new rides now until after February 21st. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't know where I'm going from 1 week to the next. You know, it's fine if you have a scheduled doctor's appointment a month out or something, but what if you need to go get groceries, or you need to get some medicine, or whatever it may be, right? So in the past, previously, it was 24 hours notice. You could call and schedule a ride. So I don't know what has happened. You know, the answers I usually get are no buses, or we don't have enough buses. We had a driver call out sick. We had a bus get in a wreck, which could all be legitimate reasons, but there needs to be a backup plan, right? When you call me, I'm retired now, but when I worked at the VA, and you call me the night before and you tell me, we can get you to work, but we can't get you home, that's not acceptable at all. So, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and totally bash the paratransit system, right? I realize as schedulers and the drivers, it's gotta be extremely frustrating, especially for the drivers, right? They're going, they can be clear across town over by Doctor's Hospital, and they give them 5 minutes to get over to my house on Washington Road. I don't know how y'all drive. That ain't gonna work, right? And it drives them crazy. And then on top of that, they don't get, and this is always, I've heard this for years, they don't get a scheduled break, a lunch break on the paratransit side. They just get told, oh, you stop and eat when you can. Well, if you're booked up every 10 minutes, how are you supposed to do that? And to me, that's a safety issue, and it's not fair to the drivers either. And then they wonder why they can't keep drivers. So that's my piece. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scoos. I've got Commissioner Scott in the queue, and also we have the director here just in case she has anything to say or if you've got any questions for her. I'll go ahead with Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're on the same wavelength. I was going to ask Director Doherty to come up. I just have a couple of questions for her, please.
Might have to speak up a little bit, I can't.
You can't hear me? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Director. Director Doherty, are we having issues with scheduling, or are we doing something different that we have to schedule 2 weeks out or from previous years of service?
Yes, from my understanding, there are some issues that we do have, and one of them being vehicles being down or in an accident, as Mr. Scoos has said. He's absolutely correct with that. And then also, there was a 24-hour notice, and that was, I thought we were operating on 24 hours to get an appointment. But then when we're all booked up, I understand that too from the folks that are doing the scheduling as well. And I do apologize for Mr. Scoos. What I would like to do is invite Mr. Scoos to come to Transit and let us sit down with him and come up with a good accommodation for him and Transit. That's what I'd like to do, sir. I know you haven't met me and you haven't spoken with me, but I would love to sit down with you.
Can I speak? Or
I'm not the chairman, Madam.
Yes, Mr. Scoos.
can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll be happy to meet with you, right? But like I said, this isn't just for me, right? I have the fortunate ability, like I said, to use Lyft, right? Majority of people on that bus system, on paratransit, they're going from check to check using Social Security, right? And so when you're having to schedule 2 weeks out, and like I said, I called yesterday, and I called again this morning, and it's the same thing. We're not taking anything till after February 21st. So if somebody has to go get groceries, right? What's today?
Tuesday.
So what if I need to go, what if something all of a sudden comes up and I need to get to a doctor on Friday, right? So the whole 24-hour system that you had before it worked great, and also, and I've had, like I said, going to work, when they call up and say, well, we can get you there, but we can't get you home. And then I hear, I'm not gonna mention names, but I hear that people are getting canceled on a daily basis, right? So if they need to get somewhere and all of a sudden they get canceled, what are they supposed to do? Explain that to me. Please.
Okay. Oh,
I know I'm getting kind of wound up, and it's I don't know what the answer is. You need, more buses or what have you. I keep hearing they have increased ridership. Well, okay, that means you got more income coming in. And it wasn't like this before. It was never like this before. So what's different now?
Let's see. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. He's in the queue.
Thank you. Director Daughter,
Yes, sir.
what changed besides one vehicle getting into an accident to where we no longer can pick up in a week's notice to 2 weeks' notice, and if you bring them to your office, like Ms. Skew said, that there's other people. You're going to bring them all to your office and try to work it out? That's probably not the best solution. The best solution, we actually have a firm a subcontractor that works for us, a contractor. Have you met with them, or has anything been brought up to them on how we could become better or efficient on these response times?
Well, I have had some conversation with them. As a matter of fact, I brought the general manager with me here today so we could hear what the issues were with Mr. Scoos, so we could try to work through that. And I understand it not only affects him, but it affects others as well.
That's right. Who's the general manager?
Cornell Mack. Mr. Mack?
Madam Chair, can I have Mr. Mack come up?
Yes, sir, you may. Good afternoon, Mr. Mack. Thank you.
Mr. Mack, we employ y'all's company services here in Augusta, Richmond County to actually to make our transit more efficient over the years. And I think we got away from that spotlight. Do you agree?
Under the circumstances, yes.
Mr. Mack.
What's the solution, if you don't mind me asking, what you had come up with? Apparently, this just didn't come up today or Friday when it was put on the agenda, where Mrs. Skews had put it on the agenda to where we're going to start being reactionary instead of having the plan in place prior to him putting this on the agenda. So what efforts have your company made?
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, I'm going to let Mr. Mack state his name and address, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cornell Mack, 521 Pacifica Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you understand that question? What efforts has your company made, since you're representing it, to put something in place to remedy this problem instead of just reaction, what came on the agenda on Friday?
Well, this is a seasonal service, and sometimes the demand peaks and it drops a lot. So depending on the demand, so COVID had a big impact.
That was over a year ago.
Right. So then there's cycles, and now we're experiencing a cycle where the demand is increasing. So now that we have this demand where it's increasing, our fleet is not set up to handle a large demand, and also our staffing. So on my end, I'm wrapping up the staffing, but we only have 7 vehicles that we're using for the service. And so we're trying to juggle the efficiency with what we have to work with and having the staffing.
So in the past, we never had a vehicle be put out of service, is what you're saying?
We have vehicles get put out of service, but we have more vehicles.
You got more than one vehicle out of service, is what you're saying?
No, in the past, we've had more than one vehicle maybe come out of service, but we'd had more total vehicles to utilize.
Okay. So what is the remedy? You know the problem. We hired your company in to help us become more efficient. Again, you see demands come and go, depends on the month. COVID's gone. But that doesn't help our end user.
Absolutely.
So do we need to buy more vehicles? Do we need to get more drivers? Tell us what we need to do.
You guys are in the process of getting more vehicles, but vehicles are our primary concern, because staffing, although that is up and down, that's a part of transit. You know, operators, our turnover is decreasing, but staffing is always an issue. So I think we don't have an issue with getting folks in the door and training them. Right now, a lot of the times we struggle with the actual vehicles. The newer vehicles that we have, they're on the street constantly. We've started to rotate them where they go out in the morning, and then you may have to end someone's shift earlier so that another person can get on that same bus to go out on that bus rather than have 2 buses going out at the same time. So it's a combination of vehicles and an increase in demand.
So again, what is the solution, sir, if you don't mind me asking politely?
More vehicles.
Madam, may I talk to the administrator? Madam Clerk, or
Yes, you
Chairman?
may. Go ahead.
Lady. Administrator Allen, how can we expedite or get more vehicles in here pretty quick?
What I would ask for you to do, for the committee to do, is to task me with meeting with Transit and our contractor. First of all, let me apologize to Mr. Skuse for going through this and experiencing this. Me and Ms. Daugherty had already spoken. We had no idea this was the issue, but I did ask if there were some issues going on, and she did inform me that there were. So if you could direct me to work with them to come back with the solution and bring it back to the next committee cycle.
I'm not on this committee, so I'm going to have to ask my colleagues to my left.
Okay, yes, I've got some others in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mack.
Can I ask Mr. Mack a few questions? Or can I ask y'all to?
No, sir. I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Johnson, he's in the queue, so Commissioner Johnson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad this conversation is coming up because I know, Ms. Daugherty, you've come to us every year for budget requests to help us not have to deal with this situation. I know ever since I've been a commissioner, you've had the need for more buses and more staff in your budget every single year, every year. And that hasn't changed. And that's why I want to say before I continue with my statements that it's incumbent upon us as a body to fund our expectations. When Ms. Allen comes back, she's going to more than likely have some type of funding attached to whatever the ask is, because it's not going to just simply be, you know, what time to send buses out or how many people to put on the line. It's going to be, you're going to have to fund the expectation. And I think that is the central point here, is that each year we have these conversations about laxness of services and things not happening well. It's always pointing back to the fact that the transit department is grossly underfunded. Now, a lot of the work that they're able to get done, they get done via federal grants, you know, to get our nice eco-friendly buses and things of that nature. But we still have to put dollars into their coffers as well. I had the privilege of going out to the bus barn, for lack of a better way of explaining it, to meet with her and her staff and to see what was going on. But I mean, that's what it boils down to, is not really rocket science here. If we want there to be efficient service, we have to fund it efficiently. We have to make sure that they have money to do the job that we're expecting them to do. That's what it boils down to. And every year that we cut the budget, or every year that we don't give them the money they're asking for, we are limiting our abilities to actually help with AD accessibility, longer route times, extending services to Sundays and things like that. So I'm going to ask a question that I'm going to yield the floor is, outside of everything that we just spoke about, Ms. Daugherty, what are some other challenges that you're going to need the commission to help you overcome? Whether it be staffing, whether it be funding, whether it be operational. Do you foresee there to be any other challenges that you're going to need help overcoming outside of the other stuff that we usually talk about, like people getting on your bus and acting up? Don't talk about my people.
Won't talk about them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My main issue is funding, because we do get federal grants and we get them at 80-20. We recently got discretionary money. And while we're talking about more funding, I mean, we have a grant that I've been very proud of that we got for $12 million, but I don't have a match for it. So I'm still trying to find a match for that grant so we can utilize those dollars to get more buses in the fleet. I have asked for, GDOT gives us trust fund dollars, so I have requested some vans in that money that we can get for ADA, because where we are down 7 vehicles because one of them was a total loss. And so we have 7 vehicles that we're operating. Normally we have 8. But with this conversation that we're having today, I feel like we need to increase our ADA to 10 vehicles. And that's, you know, really what I think we need to do to make that better. But those are more grant dollars that I would request, and if we need a match for it, because we are always doing 80-20%. The feds pay 80, city pays 20%.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
Mr. Skuse, I'd like to say thank you for your service, first of all, and thank you for bringing this before us. I didn't say that to the previous gentleman either. Thank you for your service as well. Ms. Dowdery, at one point in time, there was a voucher program in place. And I think you all have pointed out the issue and the shortcoming that we have. We have a shortcoming of availability of vehicles. But at one point in time, we had a voucher program in place specifically for Lyft and Uber vouchers. Would that be an applicable kind of supplement to what we're dealing with now, since we are dealing with a shortage in our fleet? Right now, you said you have 7
Yes, sir.
available. In the absence of that, would it be applicable to bring some level of voucher program for the participants who are truly reliant, like Mr. Skuse, on these services? Would it be, is it in the budget? Is it in, a feasible range to add that kind of option?
Currently, it's not in my budget, but that would be an option that I would love to explore and have us do, because I just had conversations with United Way and talked about utilizing the Lyft, because they take people to medical appointments, to grocery appointments. And so in that, I passed that information on to our ADA coordinator to be able to assist someone if they needed that service, and they can call on a Monday morning to schedule for that week. And so I wanted to make sure, and I even passed it on to our rural program, to make sure people are able to utilize that service, because it is free to them to get them to their medical appointments, or get them to groceries, or get them to jobs. And those are the 3 main focus areas. So yes, I would love to be able to do something like that to assist our clientele, because at the end of the day, this is our job. That's what we're there for, to provide transportation. And that's
Right.
what I want to do in any way I can help. And I wasn't trying to, I have to say, ignore anybody else. I was just saying with Mr. Skuse at the moment, if we could sit down and talk.
Address
And I
his
could-
issues,
Yeah,
right, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think what Commissioner Johnson was saying, let's really get to the greater issue. We have a challenge in front of us where we have a limitation in the fleet options. And the only reason I brought up about the voucher program is because I know it was beneficial at one point when we had it. And I think it was kind of during that COVID period. So we were kind of forced to have some innovative alternates.
Yes.
Mr. Skuse, I do want to make sure, and I'm sure with you working for the VA, you know about some additional resources with DAV and other organizations that provide some additional assistance as well, right?
Right.
Yes, sir.
DAV, I do not, I've never, that's more for further out like Aiken, and I'm not sure how often they actually run. And I'm retired from the VA now. So.
Yeah, they run every day, but I'll get you some point of contacts with them as well. But I mean, that's for Mr. Skuse. He's a veteran. But for the rest of our constituents, we need to come up with some viable solutions to assist and support. But I agree with Commissioner Johnson. We need to address the elephant in the room. Additional funding needs to go so that we can supplement our current fleet.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Skuse, again, for the info. Ms. Allen, if we can collaborate with Ms. Dowdery, because I think in this case, too, collaborating with some of our nonprofits in the area may give us some additional solutions to help supplement our shortcoming. But again, I'm not for certain, but I think we need to kind of think outside of where we currently are right now. Right now, this is a community issue impacting many of our community members, and let's try to find the solutions to benefit us moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask one thing?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Yes, sir, Mr. Skuse.
Sorry.
Skuse. Yes, sir.
I'm curious, because when I use Paratransit Monday through Friday when I worked at the VA, and most of the time I only heard about 4 or 5 buses being out at a time. So you're telling me right now that you got 7 buses on the road?
Thought I heard 8.
Yeah. I'm just curious, and I'm kind of curious, when the city had it before, how many buses they had in their fleet for paratransit and how many riders they had. You know, and I know you don't have that answer now, but I'm kind of wondering, because it seemed like ever since the city gave it up, it just, yeah, okay, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Scoots, for being here today. What I'd like to do is task Administrator Allen to get with Director Daugherty and contractor, and then them bring back something for a recommendation so that they can talk about this further.
Okay.
Okay?
I appreciate y'all, thank you.
Thank you, too, for showing up and being here. Okay. Do I need to put it in a motion? Okay, I can't put it in a motion, but maybe one of my committee members can. Do so. Commissioner
Madam
Scott?
Chairperson, I recommend that Administrator Allen get with Director Doherty and whoever else to bring back a recommendation. Ms. Allen, what you need, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
We could bring it back to the next committee cycle.
To the next
Okay,
committee cycle, Ms. Bonner.
all right.
Yes, ma'am.
I need a second.
Okay, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Ms. Linday.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Slindak. All right. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am, we're voting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Linday, Mr. Lewis, you having issues? And I appreciate that. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bonner, again, and that concludes public safety for today. Public services.
Okay, I'd like to call Administrative Services to order, please. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, ma'am. I've distributed an addendum agenda, proposed addendum agenda.
Okay. If there is no no's from my colleagues, I would like to consent number 2. And also 3 and 1, 2, and 3 on the addendum.
Consent agenda. I mean, addendum.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're offering that. Okay, you need a motion from your committee.
Can I get a motion from the committee?
I was reading, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Consent 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3 of the addendum.
Yes, yeah, consent without objection,
Can,
or second.
okay,
But she
did
can't
we-
make the,
Well, no, sir, you can make the motion and then we'll get
okay,
a second.
so move. I make the motion. Second.
Okay.
Rookie mistake again, sorry.
Ms. Bonner.
And for the record, Madam Chair, we'll read the addendum items. Item number 1 is to
Sure.
approve HCD's request recommendation of award for RFP 23230 to Medical Associates Plus in compliance and direction of the Augusta Procurement Department as a subrecipient to a lead hazard reduction grant. Item number 2 is a motion to approve HCD's request of recommendation of award for RFQ 23229 to Augusta Partnership for Children in compliance and direction of the Augusta Procurement Department as a subrecipient to the lead hazard Reduction Grant, RFQ 23229. Item number 3 is a motion to approve the Housing and Community Development's request to partner with Honnet Habitats to develop 9 multiple family units identified as 6 lots, 1241, 1243, 1247, 1249, 1251, and 1257 12th Street, with the Laney Walker Bethlehem combined into a single parcel.
Okay. Commissioner
Are you
Clark?
voting? Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Did you have? You just made the motion. Okay, all right, okay.
Are we voting, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Okay, can we go back to item 1?
Item 1 is a motion to reject the unsolicited proposal for the revitalization of the Dyers Park Community Center.
Which one?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, other members of the commission. In 2015, the state of Georgia passed what they called the Public-Private Facilities and Infrastructure Act. It's OCGA 31-91-110. And what it does, it provides a process for local governments to partner with private entities for the development of a wide range of projects. As a matter of fact, what Dr. Akers laid out as a prime example of an unsolicited proposal. Here in Augusta, we started in 2016, and actually we're in the middle of that period right now. It starts January 1, and it runs through March the 31st. And as Dr. Akers was so eloquent in his presentation, that's what it does. It gives citizens a venue to try to partner with the government for certain projects that the government may determine that the citizens or the community may want, and the partnership would give us a better venue to do such projects, be more timely, and also maybe more cost-effective if they do it. So the item we're speaking to went through the same process. After the period is over, a committee is formed in the procurement department to make a determination whether we should move forward. Usually we do, because out on the website, as it is now, it gives instructions on how you lay out your proposal and what you should do. So after that has been determined, then we make a determination how to move forward. We did that in this case with the item that's presented before you. Its evaluation committee was formed, and then the evaluation committee makes a determination whether we should move to the next step or deny. That was done in this case. So the other members of the team will give you more insight on deliberation and what the committee discussed and how they arrive at the decision before you.
Good afternoon, committee. As the interim director of Parks and Recreation over the period of 2024, I was presented with this proposal. In terms of public input, our team personally met with Commissioner Johnson in December of 2023 to meet with Historic Augusta, the presenters of the proposal. We also met in January 2024. In addition to this, Commissioner Johnson and I also met with the Laney Walker Boulevard Neighborhood Association to talk about the project, allow them to provide feedback. The consensus was to move forward with the current plans, which would include the demolition of this project. And as Mr. White stated, we did meet internally with Parks and Recreation, Procurement, Planning, Central Services, and Finance as part of the evaluation committee for this proposal. This has been scored, and again, the outcome or the result of that evaluation was to deny this proposal and to move forward with the demolition of the project.
Okay. Is there someone else? He's not on. I have to say, being new on here and seeing this, I really wasn't seriously in tune when all this, was going on. I personally, I would like to see what plans have been made or were presented earlier for this park. Now, in the line of work that I was in with an architect and everything, when something like this would come up, if there was a historic building on the property, in the very initial planning and discussions of this, I mean, that would have been a big deal, So I'm asking as someone who I just don't know, when all the planning for this park got going, are you saying that when you had the meeting in 2023, that Historic Augusta was there and Commissioner Johnson, Laney Walker, Neighborhood Association, were there no discussions apparently there was a discussion at that point of the building. So I guess I'm just maybe a little confused at why now it seems like are they stopping this plan now to go back and say, well, hey, we've got some developers now, let's save this building, which to me kind of changes the whole vision of this park. I just feel, just in my brain, it's just kind of a hot mess right now. So I personally would really like a little more information and perhaps ask the administrator, procurement, and someone from Historic Augusta to just bring something back within 30 days so that we can make a better decision. Because I don't understand why the plans were going, and then, are there two sets of plans? Is there a set of plans with the park with the firehouse torn down, and is there one saving it? I just personally didn't. I just got handed these, so I'm sorry if. Yes, sir.
Yes. To the chair and the members of the committee. There was the plans that you actually have right now was the concept plan was done on it, and I want to say early to mid 2023, and then those plans were actually vetted and was approved by this body in December of 2023. And so that's what, based on this, we're at a point where we need to proceed with preliminary and final design on these projects. From my understanding, there were several meetings with the neighborhood that was conducted, and the overwhelming majority of the neighborhood wanted that building demoed. And so normally, from my experience with this body, normally the rule of thumb, if the constituents in that area request something or want something, that's normally where you go. Otherwise, if you start doing something different, then you're going to have some problems. You're going to open up a can of worms when it comes down to other projects. And so at this point, we're on hold right now to complete the preliminary and final design. And this is a SPLOST 8 project, and from my understanding, they were talking about this since 2014. So our recommendation is to move forward with it and commence on preliminary and final design.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just to give a little bit more clarity to this, AB and Mr. Jackson are absolutely correct, but I will add that this plan was first drafted around 2004 or shortly after 2004. And when we finally got the plans drawn and, and agreed upon, we were in the process of getting ready to vote on what you have in front of you right now. When we had an email or something of that effect sent to us from some folks in the community who wanted to save, and they were developers who wanted to save the community center there. And so the reason why this isn't approved now is because this body stopped that process to hear from those folks back in 2023. So there's only one plan, and that only one plan is this right here.
Okay.
But we went through the whole process of meeting with people, of trying to get buyers at the table and everything. You know, there was conversation about turning the old community center into a coffee shop with 2 or 3 apartments on the top level. They wanted to take the building and lift it and move it to another position like they did the Mother Trinity Church, but the funds just weren't there. And none of the projects, none of the plans, none of the alternatives had any funding attached to them. It would have cost the city much more money to, you know, save this property, so to speak. And I hate to say save because it was a community center longer than it was anything else. But right now, the top floor has completely fallen in. It is a death trap. It is not something that we should invest those types of dollars into. And you typically won't hear me say that. But there's only one plan, and that's this one right here. And again, I just think it's time for us to move forward with making sure that this park comes to fruition. It's been long enough, and we have the money for it. So that's just a little additional clarity there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Commissioner Clark?
I think Commissioner Guilfoyle has.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Commissioner Gilpool.
That's no problem. Deputy Administrator Jackson, this committee was devised of the Parks and Recs, Community Development Department, Planning and Development, Central Service, Finance, Central Service again, and Administrator's Office. Was anybody else asked to be part of this committee?
No, sir.
So it's all government employees again? So this, what's attached in our book is the proposed revitalization of the Dyes Park Fire Station by Historic Augusta. Was you aware of that before when y'all was meeting as a committee?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I shared every meeting that I attend, I always give a recap, and Commissioner Johnson was giving a recap of not only the December meeting, the January meeting with our internal staff, but also the Laney Walker Boulevard Association.
Right.
So he has copies, and I shared that with all the committee members.
Right. Would it have been pertinent to have the Historic Augusta that part of that committee by chance? Since you were aware that they were already had proposed something and they deal with everything historic in Augusta.
Not at that point, Commissioner,
But Historic Augusta's been around.
but this was an unsolicited proposal where they went and proposed in an unsolicited proposal period. It gets evaluated by staff. If we choose to move forward, then they're brought to the table. Their request was denied, so it was not pertinent for them to be a part of that conversation.
Intern Director White.
Mhm.
I understand. Okay. I'm not in this committee, but I would like to see if we could hear from the Historic Augusta because they actually have a stake in this game. Is that right?
That is correct, and they were
So
given,
they should have they should be to speak.
not in the process, I'm speaking to you, said they should have been a part of the evaluation process, not,
No, as far as the committee that you had put together.
we're still in the evaluation process. It's no different than we were doing a bid. In the evaluation process, they're not included.
Sure, there's a lot of people. Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. But if Madam Chair would like to hear from the Historic Augusta.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. I want to add an additional level of clarity to Mayor Pro Tem's question. I can't speak for the evaluation, but there was a meeting held with Historic Augusta, their attorney, the administrator, staff, the whole nine, where they had an opportunity to speak to the concern and everything, which is where the unsolicited proposal came from. So I don't want to give the impression that they didn't have an opportunity to weigh in this at all. They did. But the evaluation is a totally different process, but they had an opportunity to weigh in.
And they were made aware of this meeting as well.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, and I'm with Commissioner Slindak. Obviously, the colleagues have been on a little bit longer than we have, and I think what she's really looking for is really more clarity, and I would be open to receiving that as well, just what has come before all of this process. You all have gone through the process. You know it end to end. We're saying this is the only proposal that's on the deck, which makes me kind of question, what are we voting to reject if this is the only one on the deck?
Their unsolicited proposal. As I stated, that was the whole purpose of when I started trying to use one of your words, the newbies, the process.
That's not my word, but go ahead.
Well, okay, we agree on that. You use it a lot. So, but anyway, that was a product of me trying to give you guys the format, how, as I said, we're in the middle of it right now. January 1, based on the law that was passed by the state, we start the unsolicited proposal process. It goes until March 31st.
Got it.
We take whatever submittals we receive or proposals we receive, we evaluate them. Then we move to the next step, which is a formal evaluation. That's what we did with this. And in order for it to become I would say continue on, it has to be voted up or down, whether it's something, it was voted down, and it was voted down for various reasons by the committee. So that's what we did.
Got it.
So it was no reason to include them because we had the proposal. We had everything from them. If we had decided to move forward, then they're brought in. Yeah. Then they're brought in, and it's more conversation between the two entities. But since we decided not to do that based on what the committee had recommended, the committee had recommended, as well as the community and the various other entities at the table, it was not a reason to reach out to Historic Augusta.
Yeah. So just from my understanding, just kind of historical context, what was the method used to get the community input? Was it a town hall? It was? Okay. So it was a town hall that was initiated. Historic Preservation Commission and the public as a whole had the opportunity to come before in that moment. And was the community made aware that there was an opposing or an unsolicited proposal at that time?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And the community voted
yes,
that,
sir.
hey, this is not what we want to see and otherwise.
Yes, sir. I would imagine at that meeting, Commissioner Johnson, we had close to 50+ people. Mr. Johnson went through the proposal. We spent about 30 to 45 minutes asking for public input and feedback, and that was the consensus from that meeting.
Okay, yeah. And I think those are the kind of details that Commissioner Slindak and I just needed because we weren't a part of the process, we weren't here. So just want to make sure that we have full understanding. Thanks.
And I do have a copy of those notes if you'd like to have a copy of it.
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. And I was just going to emphasize that 2004 or whenever we started with this, the community is asking for this. They have been begging for us to give them a new park and recreation, something that they can be proud of. And it's not like Dias Park is not being used. The people are in that park all the time, and I think we should, well, I'm not on the committee, but I would suggest that we move on because the community has spoken.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would it be out of line or anything to let someone here from Historic Augusta, could they just let me know when they were notified of this? Is that okay to call? Okay. Eric, would you like to come up? And state your name and address, please.
I'm Eric Montgomery, Historic Augusta, 415 7th Street. It is true, Commissioner Johnson, that there was a meeting in 2023. I don't recall the date. There was a lot of department heads around the table and some of us to talk about this, and that's where we were instructed to make this unsolicited proposal. And my colleagues here are the ones who are the developers who would like to do this project. So we collaborated on that, followed the rules, got it in within the time frame that you mentioned, I believe in January of last year, so it's been over a year. We, by the way, paid a $5,000 fee for them to review that. And then we never heard back. Occasionally I would send an email saying what's going on with this. Finally, occasionally got some non-committal feedback. And then apparently this meeting that they're talking about took place in June of 2024. I hear him saying he didn't need to invite anybody to discuss it from our side. That seems odd to me. However, then we never heard anything about it until about last week, I don't know the exact date, saying that this meeting was going to be held. I took it to mean that we should be here to make a presentation or to at least address it. It didn't really, the email didn't really say that. I didn't fully understand it. And then yesterday, we looked and found that it's to be rejected. So no communication. They told us back at that original meeting, we could not contact any commissioner. We could not contact any staff member. So we have done exactly what we were told, kept our mouths shut and waited for the process, but we've been excluded from the process. And as far as the public meetings that they had in the neighborhood, we were not informed of those meetings. We did not have a chance to come to the meeting to make the other side, to offer this. And I wasn't there, so I can't speak for people that were there and what they said. But and one other thing, I do know that there was an original plan that you don't have several years ago that would preserve the fire station. So there are a lot of things here that don't make sense to me, but I appreciate the opportunity to let you know our perspective. And these gentlemen here, Tobin Hagler and Christopher Junkin with Epic Augusta Epic, is the name of their company. They've done a number of rehab projects already in Augusta, very successfully, some in that Laney Walker neighborhood. And I don't know if you want to give them an opportunity to say anything or not, but there's where we are from our perspective.
Just personally, I mean, I would like to know maybe a couple of projects that they have, because I'm just not familiar with your company.
Okay.
So.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me be here. Tobin Hagler, 1258 Pine Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30904, as well as about 10 other properties here in Augusta. And this is my partner, Christopher, business partner. We have renovated a church on Florence Street in Augusta, Georgia, turned it into a wonderful new residential property, as well as just finished one at James Brown and Walton Way, converting an old barber shop into a residence. This fire station, this community center is an amazing building. Part of what makes Augusta itself, our downtown, amazing are these types of old buildings. And even when they are not suited for modern purpose, they can still be turned into something else. The Dias Park is a wonderful park. Y'all are going to do a great job making it bigger and better. And the new community center is going to be fantastic for the neighborhood. That's going to be wonderful. But to bulldoze a historic 130-year-old fire station to put a gazebo in its place just doesn't seem like a great idea. A community center and revitalization of the park is wonderful, but it is not requiring this fire station, this community center, this historic piece of the neighborhood to be bulldozed to build a gazebo. It is very easy to do both. And if this historic building was renovated into a variety of commercial spaces that people in the community could use to start their own businesses, coffee shop, barber shop, laundromat, offices, co-working space, ice cream parlor, I don't care. I just want the building to be saved, and then the new community center, the new pickleball courts, the various other things that are going to happen at Dias Park, people would have a place to do something after they play pickleball, to meet for coffee before they go to the community center. And I think there's a great opportunity to do both. And just don't bulldoze it, and we'll work with Historic Augusta to renovate it into usable commercial space, which is just like most of downtown, an old building given a new life. And we'd like to help with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to, choose my words wisely here because what it sounded like, especially Mr. Montgomery, when you spoke, you made it seem as though there had been no communication, that y'all were not in the loop, and that you weren't at the meeting, you didn't know about the meeting that we had, you didn't know about any of those things. Your chairman was at that meeting. Mr. Hagler, you went and visited the Dias Park Community Center, and I helped you arrange that meeting.
You sure did.
So, the thing here is you're telling us what you want that place to be. But when we met with the community, they loudly told us what they wanted it to be. And here's my concern. What funding do we have to do a project to the degree that you're discussing? You walked away from moving the facility and doing the work. So here's my thing. I get that we want to save historic buildings. I understand that wholeheartedly. But please do not stand before this committee and act as though you did not have a hand in getting to this point, because it makes us look bad. It makes us look as if we're trying to hide something. It makes us look really bad. It really ticks me off, to be frank. And I'm sure it ticks you off too. But here's the fact. You were at the table. This has been going on since 2004. You mentioned the plan before this plan. This plan came to fruition because the plans prior called for a carousel and a community center with nothing in it, just mothballs, just nothing. And the community did not want that. So we had to come back to the table with something that the community could be okay with. You are more than willing, capable of going to meet with the community and talking to them and bringing back those recommendations. But when we had that meeting, your chairman was at the meeting, and your attorney, George Bush, knew about the meeting. They knew about this meeting. So please don't come up here and act as if you didn't know that. Now, when we come here to talk about moving forward a 20-year-old project, I mean, y'all didn't put this kind of effort in when the Hornsby House was demolished, or the old Hornsby Elementary School in East Augusta was demolished. But that's probably because there was no money attached to it. You couldn't capitalize from it. And I'm getting frustrated here, so I maybe should come out of the queue, but we have an opportunity, Commissioner Slindak and my colleagues, to deliver on a 20-year promise. You don't have to hear Vivian Ransom when she calls me and says that she wants this park to go forth before she dies. You don't get to hear that. You don't have to hear that, because you're concerned about a coffee shop. We want something that the community can touch and feel. If you have the money, okay, but you don't. So let's not act as though something's going on that's not happening. I resent those notions that this has been a closed process. I resent that wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilport.
Thank you. I wasn't. No, Mr. Eric, naturally, this 20-year-old plan, the representatives from that area, Ms. Scott as well as Jordan Johnson, been working with this. But they naturally, been working on this, and it doesn't, what you have in plan doesn't represent what the people want, apparently. But I wanted to hear your side. And what intrigued me was you paid $5,000 for unsolicited proposal, and you never heard anything back?
Never.
That's odd, because we probably need to, as this body, look on how our procurement process is done and look what we could do to do something different to make it, one, more transparent, make it user-friendly. And I think it might be good to reimburse this money because it didn't do any good, because he never heard back from procurement. Anyway, I'll put that on the agenda for later. But I appreciate you coming back. But I believe that this project is going to be a great project that fits that area. You know, it's not going to work out here. Thank you for coming before us.
Yes.
Thanks for
very
giving
much.
us the opportunity.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we get a motion on number 1 then, please? To reject the unsolicited proposal for the revitalization of Dice Park Community Center. Can we get a motion?
I move that we reject the unsolicited proposal for the revitalization of Dyers Walk Community Center.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries.
Okay. There being no further business, administrative services is adjourned.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call public safety to order, please. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
I believe we have one.
Are you ready? Madam Chair. Okay. Item number 1 is a motion to approve task order 1 with the not to exceed amount of $500,000 for Hurricane Helene's cost recovery services through Tetra Tech RFP 24-917.
All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor Johnson and members of commission. As you're aware, we have listed the services of Tetra Tech as part of our disaster recovery and cost recovery. This item you have before you is the task order 1, which allows us to draw down on those in-kind services. So with me today, I have the team from Tetra Tech here to give you an overview of their services, as well as a part of our long-term recovery group. As you know, I'm told that the city of Augusta is one of the first communities to establish a long-term recovery group, and we have a member of the executive board here today. So I will present to some and introduce to others. Ms. Allison McLeary and Tucker Conklin from Tetra Tech.
Ms. Allison, can I have your name and your address, please, before you get started?
Yes, ma'am. Allison McLeary, address 1899 Powers Ferry Road Southeast, Suite 400, Atlanta, 30339.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for having us today. Thank you, Chief Burden, for that introduction. Really am pleased to be able to be here today and be chosen to help guide Augusta through their disaster recovery, through their recovery from Hurricane Helene. This marks my 20th year in this industry. Want to make sure that you guys are aware of the team that's been assigned from Tetra Tech to you guys that will be assisting in the disaster recovery process, as well as to familiarize you guys with our company. We're a proud member of the disaster recovery industry and have been working in this space for many, many years. As Chief mentioned, I'm Allison McLeary. I'm a member of our senior management team and actually our National Director for Disaster Recovery Programs for Tetra Tech. This does mark my 20th year in this industry. I jokingly say a recovering attorney. I am a licensed attorney, but have been working more in the disaster recovery consulting space for several years now. I help guide the team with our financial management, with our contract compliance, as well as our programmatic compliance. As Chief mentioned today, here with me is Tucker Conklin, who operates as our Deputy Director of Post-Disaster Programs. Tucker brings 9 years of direct experience with the FEMA funding programs and other federally funded disaster recovery programs at the federal, state, and local level. Also members of the team are Christina Hendrick, who is our Director of Post-Disaster Programs across the country. She works across across 9 FEMA regions, and is your direct liaison. Andy Burns operates as your program manager, has already been working with the team here on the ground, and will help complete damage assessments, project development, and more of that process that I'll discuss in just a few moments. Tetra Tech as a company is a very large, publicly traded engineering company. We've been in the business for 57 years. We work on every continent around the world on over 110,000 projects annually. Our disaster recovery program and our disaster recovery operating unit has been in operation for 25 years and have supported jurisdictions throughout the country, including Maui with their wildfires from 2 years ago, on Guam, hurricanes throughout the Southeast. Over the last 20 years, there has not been a hurricane event that occurred in America that we have not responded to and helped a client with. Through that, we have helped clients recover over $51 billion back into government coffers through those FEMA funding programs. We are an international company, but we have local roots. As you can imagine, with disaster recovery, our business over 25 years ago began in the Southeast and continues to be largely focused in the Southeast. While we glean experience from all across the country, we are largely focused here in the Southeast. We have 4 offices here in the state of Georgia, and then one just right across in South Carolina in Aiken as your closest office there. We also, one of our hallmarks of how we can help jurisdictions recover from disasters is the depth and breadth of expertise that we can bring in. It's not only just our team, but we have the resources from our larger parent corporation that we can bring as needed and really flex into what specific needs that you guys may have. So if there's a delay in FEMA coming in and doing site inspections to help capture your damages, we can actually bring in some of our engineering and architectural resources, help scope and cost those damages, present that to FEMA, and oftentimes they'll accept what we bring to them in lieu of them having to take and delay and bring in their own staff to do a very similar type of assessment. We look for every opportunity like that to help streamline the process. I'll go over the timeline of disaster recovery in a few moments. I don't want you to be discouraged in any way, shape, or form when that shows many years on that timeline. But know that as a hallmark of how we deliver these services, we look for every opportunity to shorten that timeline. We know that the quicker that you can help your community recover, help put your disaster survivors back into safe, sanitary, and functional housing, help recover your infrastructure, the faster we can do that, the stronger your community is going to be on the back end of that. So we look for every opportunity to streamline that process. As an example of I just gave you about capturing those damages, but also we monitor the progress of any FEMA funding, and when we see it taking any length of time at any specific queue or review process or any step in that funding process, we not only identify that as a delay, we help work with FEMA to alleviate any kind of bottlenecks that we may find. So we bring that experience that we've had over those 25 years. I personally was the former director of disaster recovery programs with the Florida Division of Emergency Management, so I've helped administer these programs directly. I know them inside and out, and we bring that depth and breadth of experience to you guys. So the FEMA Public Assistance Program is the primary source of funding that you guys will be utilizing for your any activities that you're legally responsible for, such as debris removal activities, sheltering, staffing of EOCs, and recovery and repair of damaged public facilities. That program enables you to build back not only to pre-disaster condition, but also gives you an opportunity to look forward, to harden those facilities, help mitigate against future similar damages to those facilities. So every single damage element that you guys have, every single facility that has an element of damage will not only be looking to how to build back, how to repair or replace that facility, will also be looking to how to strengthen it, how to harden it, to prevent that type of damage the next time around. And we can do that through that same funding source. So every opportunity that we can take to maximize the funding coming back into Augusta and to harden the facilities to prevent future damage, we'll do that for each and every facility that we find. We will work with FEMA to capture the scope and cost of all repairs. It's important to do that early and to do that completely. We do not want to be years down the line and find that we have either undiscovered damage or not fully captured the damages that resulted from Hurricane Helene. So our main goal at this stage is to identify those damages fully, present those to FEMA, get them fully scoped and funded through that public assistance program, so then we can take those next steps of actually repairing those facilities, recouping those costs, and getting monies expended back into your coffers. So this timeline, as I mentioned, it does say for incident date, and there's a 3-year timeline. I don't want you to think that the FEMA program that we're going to be helping you navigate, it's not an easy program. It's not uncomplicated. There's a lot of federal laws, rules, regulations, and policy requirements there. But that's where we bring our experience. And so at every stage, we look for you to not only successfully comply with those requirements, to get your money back quickly, but also to do so where you can keep the money. It doesn't mean if we can get money into county coffers and into your coffers and recoup, we don't want you to be in a position where 2 to 3 years down the line, FEMA is questioning any of the documentation that was involved in those payments or anything like that. We want you to be able to rely upon the receipt of those funds to keep them and protect them against any clawback audits or appeals that may come. So this next slide I really provided to you guys in the packet and in this presentation to just show a deeper dive. I don't think anyone here wants me to go into the details of every step of that public assistance program, but this is a deeper dive into what we mean when we mean grant management. What do we mean when we mean program management? These are some of the discrete elements of that delivery of what those services look like. Happy to address questions that may be involved in any step. And we do have, and Tucker is here with some details if there are questions or concerns, but really wanted to show you big picture what the scope of our services, what that means, how it's tied to the task order that we presented to you guys, and how each of those task order elements correspond to a step in this process. I wanted also to highlight a couple of the hallmarks of our approach. As I mentioned, we want you to not only get money back from FEMA, we want you to keep that money for the long run, be able to rely upon that it remaining available to you guys for recovery. Part of that approach is compliance. There's oftentimes highlighted emphasis by FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General on procurement compliance. A hallmark of our compliance services that we provide to you is a review of those procurements and of the 2 CFR, that's Code of Federal Regulations, solicitation compliance reviews, help minimize the risk of clawback posed to you guys. We will review contracts. We will review the cost reasonableness as well as compliance with FEMA policy. The Stafford Act, the federal law that creates these FEMA programs, also requires that we prevent and do all that we can to prevent any duplications of benefits. FEMA is not the first funding source. They are a primary funding source, and they are an important funding source, but they aren't the first funding source that we're going to use to help with your disaster recovery. FEMA expects that we rely upon insurance proceeds where applicable. So the first thing we'll do is to gather, review, and analyze applicable insurance policies, statements of coverages, and things like that, and then help you guys fully make those claims and maximize that source of funding so we know what our insurance proceeds world looks like before we then turn to FEMA for the delta. And then last but not least is mitigation. As I mentioned, there will be an inevitable next event, and FEMA has allowed within the public assistance program to not just repair back, as I mentioned, in kind as it was previously. They actually allow additional funds within the program to harden those facilities, to look forward to preventing that damage in the next. In addition to that funding that's available through the public assistance program, FEMA will also take 6% of what the overall cost of that disaster. So for the whole state, they will quantify what that cost of the disaster is. And for Hurricane Helene, I'm hearing up to maybe even $1 billion total expended in the state of Georgia in the public assistance program to recover and respond to Hurricane Helene. FEMA will by law, take 6% of that cost, put it in a fund. The hazard mitigation grant program will be funded with those dollars, and that will be an additional source of dollars that you can use for mitigation projects to help strengthen the community to prevent the damage the next time around. We have great experience in helping to vision what that entails. We'll look at the risk profile posed and then help develop projects and propose projects to FEMA funded with this hazard mitigation grant program to help strengthen you and prevent the damage the next time. So we'll try to just look across the board at all of the funds available for those activities. We'll put forth the projects that fit the best funding source and move on from there. So that's all within the scope of the services that we can and will be providing to you guys. And the task order itself, it is funded by management cost or reimbursable through management costs available through this federal program. So we have scoped the initial cost involved with this first tranche of work of damage assessments and scoping these projects, and that's what's presented to you in the task order. The scope that is covered there is eligible to be paid for 100% with federal funds. So through this FEMA public assistance program, FEMA sets aside a portion of that money to cost of managing the program. That's 100% federal funds. It's in addition to the cost of recovery of the facilities, and that is what our services are eligible to be paid for out of those federal funds. So you are seeing a dollar amount associated with the task order that will have to be paid to us, but that is reimbursable to you guys through those management costs allocated through the program itself. So I think I'll end there. I hope that answered a lot of questions as far as who we are, how we can assist, and then the nature of what that assistance looks like.
Do I have any questions? Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ms. McLeary, we really appreciate you being here today. You know, very early on with this disaster, we as a community were tasked with how do we build Augusta back better than we were prior to Hurricane Helene. The term expert was used very early on, very frequently. Having a partner to help us seek reimbursement dollars, seek mitigation plans, seek just a path and a plan to restore Augusta is greatly needed. I think we have the right partner with you and Tetra Tech, and we're looking forward to working with you. And I just wanted to share that before this body and my colleagues and everybody who's watching online. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. We're honored to serve.
Thank you.
Chief Burton.
Yes, ma'am. So as I mentioned, we also established a long-term recovery group which was extremely important, and really bring together nonprofit, faith-based organizations really under one umbrella to really find and put in place permanent solutions to problems that were created by Hurricane Helene in an effort to bring our city back to the new normal that we're dealing with. So I want to present to some and introduce to others Mr. Chris Hanford, who is a part of the executive board of the Long-Term Recovery Group.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Sir, can I have your name and your address, please?
Absolutely. Christopher Hanford, 2426 Orchard Drive, Hepzibah, Georgia, 30815. As Chief Burton so eloquently put it, the goal of this committee is to bring the combined efforts of faith-based community and the nonprofit community to ensure that we are creating streamlined processes that will assist our citizenry in recovering in a faster and more efficient way. One of the ways that we're going to do that is by establishing a concept that I like to call communication as a service, essentially. What that means is we are going to have a help desk and call center that we can stand up and stand down for the duration of whatever that disaster is. As we've seen with the most recent disaster, there was an extreme amount of stress placed on our first responders. And sometimes our first responders were responding to situations that, from a public safety definition, don't actually count as an emergency. However, it is an emergency to those affected. So we want to make sure that we are helping to streamline that process, and we're going to utilize an app with shared access to any and all agencies and organizations who are responding to our next disaster. That app is going to allow us, through crisis management software that will be on the back end of it, it's going to allow us the opportunity to make sure that those organizations who are responding and have specific areas of expertise get access to whatever that incident is. It's going to allow us to properly triage and then make those agencies and organizations aware of what the situation is and what the severity of it is. One of the other things that we have been doing thus far is reaching out to the business community. And we have received a very warm and excited response from our business community, both here in Augusta and throughout the greater Augusta area. Our primary goal is to make sure that through that communication as a service model, that those agencies that are responding and not having those efforts doubled, thereby giving us the opportunity to reach more people in a faster amount of time and help to remediate whatever their issue is, whatever their pain point is. And it's going to also allow us to have a tracking mechanism that we can use for future funding, that we can use for research, grants, whatever it is that we may need at that particular time. We said in our last meeting that, this is our city, and every Augustan has the right to recovery. We, the Greater Augusta Long-Term Recovery Committee, we want to partner with the city to make sure that we know what your concerns are and find areas where we can help, and we would expect the same in kind. We are here to help. We are here to help our city recover. Any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Administrator Allen and Interim Director of Finance. Where are we going to get the money from?
Yes, Commissioner Scott, this would actually come from our fund balance.
All right.
Yes. General fund balance. And if I could just explain the two areas, the two groups, because I think I see some questions on some of your faces. One part of this project was to actually develop a long-term committee, long-term recovery committee that is consisting of the people that live in Augusta that are through various nonprofit organizations, so that they would come together and form a long-term recovery and work throughout and deal with some of the citizens, work with a lot of the citizens who have needs. And so that's what Mr. Hanford is here for. They actually met, all those groups met, they had representatives, and amongst themselves, it is not with the actual government itself. It's not with our organization. It is something that they have required that we actually start. I think it's something FEMA has asked, Chief Burden, that we actually have developed so that they can actually get out into the community and actually look at any respective grants, as he mentioned, any fundraisers, things of that nature, and it brings all of them together. They pick their own respective president, treasurer, all those respective executive positions, and they are out in the community, as he stated, to work and help us bring Augusta back. So there are a number of things that we have put in place, and this governing body has approved. One was for us to proceed with Tetra Tech, who has done a phenomenal job and been here helping us go through this process so that we can make sure that we build back more resilient than we ever was before. But also, a part of this process is making sure that we have a long-term recovery committee that is focused on Augusta, because this is their home. So they're going to be out there too, trying to make sure that they do whatever they can to bring us back. So just to clarify, that's who Mr. Hanford is actually representing, that organization.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was this something that was requested? I'm not on the committee, but was this something that was requested for this committee to come together and form a sustained committee for crisis prevention?
I think it was a suggestion of FEMA.
So if I may, Commissioner, that's just one of the elements, one of the initiatives, the early on initiatives that the group is establishing. The establishment of a long-term recovery group is part of long-term recovery process. And we just, as I mentioned, the City of Augusta, I'm told, is one of the first communities to actually establish a group. So we just felt that it was important, as we continue to navigate this, that we put those steps in place or processes in place to really help our community. We're the hardest hit and the most affected, and so we needed those individual bodies and processes in place to help us move through this long-term recovery.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Can I have a second? Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, I think that's all we have.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Item 1.
Item 1 is to adopt a resolution of Augusta Richmond County Commission approving Public Finance Authority issue of tax-exempt bonds not to exceed $175,000. A portion of this amount will be used to finance costs of acquisition of educational assets and associate operations from the STVAA1 Education, Inc.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. And Interim Finance Director, Mr. Schreier, I believe you are going to present on this matter.
Good afternoon. This is a purely ministerial process. Augusta is not issuing the bonds. Get to my notes here. The bonds will be issued by the Wisconsin Public Finance Authority to assist the Linwood Education System in the purchase of the Miller Mott Corporation. Basically, they're buying the Miller Mott and other educational for-profit schools and combining those under one roof. Again, this is an administrative rule required by the IRS that Augusta approve the purchase or the sale of these nonprofit or tax-exempt bonds. Roger Murray is here from Murray Barnes and Finister if you have any specific questions about the bonds or the project.
Is Augusta, Madam Chair, can I speak?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Is Augusta obligated in any which way financially?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
We've done this in the past, so this is just.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we're voting.
For the record, that is to exceed $175 million. I know. I only have $10 in my piggy bank, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes finance.
All right, Madam Clerk, I would like to bring Engineering Services Committee to order. Members, I know we're one member down, which is our chair. So the vice chair, I'll go ahead and lead us forward. Any motions for consent for the current agenda? No current addendums as it stands, right?
No,
Madam
sir.
Clerk? Thank you. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
You going to do some consenting, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Waiting for if you have any items for consent. My suggestion is to consent Madam Clerk 1 through 3, 7, 8, 9 as items for consent. And let's pull 4, 5, and 6 for discussion.
So move.
Second.
And Ms. Bonner, since 4, 5, and 6 are all related together, they're separate line items. We'll have those as a, but we can't do it like that? Okay, we can't do it, Ms. Companion. All right. Vote it, Ms. Bonner. I got you.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Item 4, sir?
Yes,
Going
ma'am.
down, okay. Item 4 is to approve a supplement funding, Supplement 3, in the amount not to exceed $15.4 million for Hurricane Helene debris removal services with Surrey's Environmental, Inc. Also approve use of general fund balance to fund these services.
Okay, who do we have coming to speak about these?
I
Okay.
could, yes. I could speak to them. Basically, what we're looking at, each time we have a need for additional funding, we come back before the governing body to ask for an amount not to exceed. So we have reached our capacity with the last approved item. And so now we're looking for additional funds to continue the efforts in cleaning up the debris.
Okay. So I know we have some colleagues in the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and start with District 1 Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question, and really it's the same question for 4 and 5, not so much 6, because the 6 is SA1, but really 4 and 5 is, can we receive some type of report on the amount of money we spent so far on each of these contractors? Because we see a lot of supplemental fundings coming through, and like, 15 million, 1 million, 2 million, we did 3 million before. I just want to make sure that, we're keeping an eye on the funding, that we're getting a report on the funding. And then lastly, like how much, when we contracted these contractors, was there like a set amount that they, what am I trying to say? Did we have a set amount that we agreed to before we started the debris pickup, or was it kind of like a know-as-you-go type of thing?
No, actually, the actual contract did have certain amounts already included in the actual contract. And I will say the contracts that we had, of course, we had procured those a few years ago, and they still actually kept the same respective rate that they were giving us at that time. So, of course, we know now it's more than ever, it's more important for us to go ahead and try to close this out because we have reached the 100% reimbursement capacity, and that's what we're trying to do is go ahead and push them to go ahead and let's close this out and get everything cleaned up.
Okay, and that's the same with, well, we're not on that item. Okay, yeah, just was concerned about the amount of supplements that we're seeing, but if we can get some type of report on how much we spent on each of those, that would be helpful, just to get a general idea where we are financially.
Yes, I can actually speak to that right now, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thus far, as of December 31st, we had spent $36,731,874. I'm sorry, $36,731,874. My math teacher would have had a fit.
I'm telling you, I was lost.
We have received some respective reimbursements, which brought our total to $43,315,439. The actual approval of, the pending approval of the respective items we have today would be a total of $19,524, $380, and would give us a balance of $23,791,059.
Is that pretty standard for the amount of work that we had to do, the 23 million?
That would be our actual balance.
Oh, that's the balance.
After, yes, sir. We do expect, of course, reimbursements, and the thing is getting that done. So that proves even more importantly why we had to have Tetra Tech to help us make sure we recapture these funds. But I will also send you guys a report as well, because I know it's kind of hard. Those are a lot of numbers, but I will provide you a report.
Okay. And last question, Mr. Chair, do we foresee any other additional spending for debris pickup? And I know that's probably hard to.
That's a hard question, but I have my fingers crossed that we won't.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve.
All right, we got a motion on the table to approve. Do we have a second? Second. Ms. Allen, I got a question real quick. So I know we're talking about these separately. So this particular company, we're saying 15.4 million. It's a significant difference between the other two as well. Can you just kind of clarify for me why we're asking for so much more for this one as opposed to the other two?
Okay, so Ceres actually does the respective debris removal. Okay. So it's based on the number of cubic yards of debris that they actually bring in. Mm-hmm. So the other group, GMC, actually does the monitoring. So the monitoring is priced out differently than the actual amount of debris.
Okay. And the third one?
The third one is ISM has been utilized, and they've been here since the very inception of this project, right, to actually manage the debris removal and schedules and things of that nature, and work with those two companies to make sure that everything is being done.
Okay. Yeah, and I asked that, and I wanted it to be on record so that we know what we're receiving for the different vendors, who's
Yes, sir.
doing what,
Yes, sir.
as far as in this process. It's a complex operation, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone is tracking who's doing what. Now, I think all of us up here are getting calls on a daily basis, and I know ISM is doing their due diligence to try to get us more informed. Can you kind of expound on where they are with that? I know I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit, and maybe I'll just wait until we get to 6, and we'll ask that so that Ms. Bonner doesn't jump on me. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Bonner, we're ready to vote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Would you like to take number 6 next, or you? Since you had answered the question.
Colleagues, if you all don't have any issue, let's.
Item, is that okay with the committee?
Hold on, Ms. Bonner. I think Commissioner Guilfoyle had a question. You have a question?
No, Commissioner Johnson had asked a question. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So we're good to consent with number 5, Ms. Bonner. But again, I just need some clarity about number 6 and what we're receiving for feedback from ISM.
Okay. We'll go to 6 and come back. That 5 was not included in the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. 6 is approved supplement funding in the amount not to exceed $874,319.88 for Hurricane Helene debris removal coordination support services with Infrastructure Systems Management, LLC. Also approve use of general fund balance to fund these services.
Second. All right. Questions? Anybody have any questions regarding this? Okay, I do. All right. So, Madam Administrator, I know ISM has departed already, but I think the biggest thing is this. We're getting a ton of calls, every last one of us, every day about debris. And I know the community is very, very concerned about debris and otherwise. What are the steps that are being taken at this point to give us more of a forecasted understanding of what areas will be picked up?
So currently, right now, we actually have information on our website. Ms. Collins does a great job of posting updates on our Facebook page. They are actually working with Ceres and identifying the respective areas that have had final pass. We are actually utilizing the precincts, and that information is out there by precinct, but we're also making sure that we identify some of the respective subdivisions as well as streets that we will be working on. We actually had a meeting on Monday. Of course, the mayor has us having our EOC briefing every morning at 8:30 a.m. However, we had a meeting on Monday with various maps going over the areas that we do have some areas that have not been had experienced their initial pass.
Right.
So we've been working with ISM. ISM mainly meets with that group every morning, the series, as well as GMC, to make sure that these spots and all of the areas are actually being addressed. So I hope that answered your question. It is a convoluted, it's a lot going on with it.
It is.
But they meet on a daily basis, and then we, of course, meet with them on a daily basis, as well as get together and go over the respective plans to close this out, because our goal is to close it out.
Okay, yeah, and as we move forward to vote on this, I just want to make sure the colleagues, and I know Commissioner Guilfoyle, you're in the queue, I just want to make sure the colleagues understand ISM is taking some steps to give all of us some tools so that we can give some forecast understanding to our particular areas. And I believe they're putting it together by dates of when they're going to start hitting certain areas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yes, for the administrator, would you mind, Mr. Vice Chairman, if I talk to the administrator?
Yes, please.
Madam Administrator, would you ask Ms. Collins to tag the colleagues on Facebook? Because a lot of times I'm not on it, but when I do get on it, it would tag me so I could just share it with everybody as far as, and I appreciate so much that you took the fortitude to see how the other communities do it as far as showing what roads are being picked up
right.
and what roads they go into next. That helps us out. It helps out these citizens and gives them a little peace. And that means a lot to us, especially on this.
Yes, sir, but I'll make sure she tags you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to add that we're still in the process of requesting an additional 30-day extension at 100% reimbursement. Nonetheless, we're moving forward with more city-related assets. We had a meeting just yesterday, and with the help of Dr. Malik over in engineering and Warden Joseph, we're going to start using more city resources to work in some of our roadways, so you will see an increased presence. We were hoping for that on Thursday, but I don't know if the weather's going to cooperate for us to be working externally. We've conducted an inventory of all of the tools and all of the assets that we have within the city, whether it be skid steers, bobcats, trucks, chainsaws. We're going to start working to clean up our roadways in a more aggressive effort. So just know that plan is coming, and I think the path initially is going to be somewhere in the South Quarter, maybe Barton Chapel Road, someplace like that. But you will see a lot more presence from the city's assets in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Bonner, we're ready to vote.
Okay. He said it. It's unanimous. Item number 5 is to approve a supplement funding for in an amount not to exceed $1,271,856.54 for Hurricane Helene's debris removal monitoring services with Goodwin Mills Kaywood, Inc. Also approved use of general fund balance to fund these services.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, Ms. Bonner, we got a motion and a second to approve. We're ready to vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes engineering services.